man. Oh, yeah.
Much better. Good morning, chat. Today is December 8th. It is currently 7 a.m. It's kind of cold out this morning, a little bit. Currently the weather is sitting at, actually it doesn't say. But anyway, the high today is pretty high. It's 55, just higher than yesterday. But the low is 35, which is lower. But the low is gonna get higher towards the middle of this week. Very interesting, I know. Okay, anyway. Just like always, I forgot to change the category. Of course, you can't have a Ja3Starr Broadcast without forgetting to change the fucking category. So I'm doing that real quick. And alright, let's get started. So there's not a lot of news today, but we're going to watch Leaflet.
Oregon finally realizes that the UK has gone too far, this time too far, by Warren Smith.
Elizabeth Kinney, the mother of four, who was convicted over her text messages, joins me in the studio now.
Piers Morgan is realizing that the situation in the UK is way worse than he thought. This has reached another level.
The thing with Piers Morgan, too, is Piers Morgan he's not exactly a conservative. He's not really a right-wing guy. He's kind of like in the center. He has a lot of like leftist views. Like he doesn't like guns, for instance. He's gotten into debates with people over this. He has
Yeah, because he's fucking British. He's European. And for those of you that don't know, in Europe there is a like some semblance of realistic gun regulation. Okay, with like in contemporary times. So like in America we don't do any gun regulation. Not really. In Europe they actually do it a little bit. And this is because of, I think because of two reasons. Because of progressive policy, it being, actually being done in Europe, right? Like they, unlike in America, they actually have an opposition party that pushes for progressive policies. But anyway. It's also because they don't have the Second Amendment inscribed in their Constitution. I don't believe there's any European country with like protections against the government regulating your guns or whatever. But anyway. Let's keep going.
Little scuffles here and there. Like one of the big ones was he had a big fight with like Ben Shapiro. And that was like kind of a big like career turn for Ben when that happened. But anyway, Piers Morgan, even though he's kind of on the left, he's a little bit more reasonable. I feel like he's kind of a little bit he's not completely psycho woke, but he's not a hardcore conservative at all, like by any means. So yeah, that's the context.
Talking about this, I was talking to my team. None of us realised that using this particular word that got you into so much trouble in a text message could ever lead to a potential prison sentence in this country.
Neither did I. It was shocking.
Piers genuinely seems shaken by this. He seems to realize that this could be the tipping point.
I'm still shocked now, if I'm honest. But obviously, I just believe that we all need to be careful with.
Well, do we? So that's an interesting question about this.
So one thing I will say about this is they're acting like Piers Morgan, is like waking up, right? He's like anti-woke now. Piers Morgan is, I've said this before, he's a media demon. Okay? He flip-flops. He's not consistent. Okay? He has no backbone. So like you see this a lot with conservatives, and you see it with liberals too, where they'll be like, this person came over to our side, they're seeing the truth. It's like, well, yeah, and I understand the appeal of like making that kind of content, because it seems like it seems like a good kind of content to like convince people, like, see, look at this person changed their mind. But the problem with it is that these media personalities, they don't actually change their minds. They don't like become woke. They don't become anti-woke. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. Okay, that's it. Piers Morgan cares about one thing, and that is fake outrage. Okay, more views. That's it.
Do we need to be careful, or do we need to fight back a bit about this? Is it right that you're sitting here too scared of saying that word, even in the context of talking about what happened to you, and not as a slur?
That's totally true. Like, for instance, if I want to talk about history, like history linguistics, you can't even say the N-word in reference to like something somebody said or the context in which the word was used. You can't even use it in a non-slur way, right? The intent of like how you say it doesn't matter. The word itself is so toxic that you can't even say it.
Oh my
say it at all.
God.
Yeah.
Then he goes on.
No, you can say it. You can say it. Nobody stop. I just like, I hate this. I know I say this over and over again, but I hate this bullshit where they're like, oh, you can't say the N-word, you can't say slurs. Like, no, man. You can do it. You're not gonna get arrested by the woke police. Okay? So stop saying that. It's fucking annoying. Okay? Like, yeah. If you say slurs, people are like when they say this, what they mean is they want to say slurs with impunity. They want to say slurs, and they want to say, you can't get mad at me. You can't be mad at me. You know, that's what they want. It's stupid. It's crybaby. It's
I
pathetic.
discovered somebody had actually been arrested in my country
Yo, is that the goal?
for using that word in a text message. She says, being beaten up by a guy.
That's my debate
having
issue right
treatment
there.
in hospital, and texting somebody that she believed had been partly responsible for her getting the beating.
And this is disturbing because the context does not seem to matter to them.
There is something
But it
wrong
is
with
not
that.
being used as a homophobic slur. In other words, it's not being targeted at a gay person.
Yeah.
In fact, they claim, well,
And so like I can use the word retard like which is funny. I can say retard, right? We'll use it as an example. I think there's a massive difference. There's a huge massive difference in saying like, wow, that's retarded, right? Versus like finding a person who is developmentally disabled and then calling them it as an insult. It's the same thing with or another good one is that's gay, right? Like you say, oh, that's gay, right? But in the lingo, that doesn't necessarily refer to like, it isn't necessary. It's like you're not using it like in a way to like attack gay people. Does that make sense? And yet people still treat it that way. In fact, some words are so crazy, like the N-word. Like I can't even say the N-word, right? But like for instance, right, if I were to say the N-word, even in like a context of like a song, say I were to sing like a rap song, right? I'm 100%, I'm 200%. If I were to sing that song, and you know what song I'm talking about, if I were to sing that song, I would be fucking in trouble. I would get banned if I were to sing that song. It's just a song. You know what I mean? And like it's like you're singing a song that was made by
Whoa. You would get banned on Twitch. You would get banned on Twitch. Okay, you still got Kick. You look, Leaflet, you can say it. You can say it. Nobody's gonna stop you. Okay, it's okay. If you want to say it so bad, you can do it. Go ahead.
a person
What's the problem?
who is black, by the way, and you can't sing it unless you're also black. Like, so like in the exercise of being not racist, you're actually being racist. It's so weird, you know. Like, it's such a stupid thing. And like my take on it is really what matters is the intent. The intent and the context in like which you say it is obviously important. But like we've completely thrown that out the window. Completely thrown it out the window for the sake of
people telling me that I can't say the N-word is reverse racism. It's white racism, bro.
protecting the feelings of the most
How dare
sensitive
they?
among us.
even worse if you say that word directed to someone who is not gay.
I think that it's almost
Oh
worse
my
that he was
God.
correct. You know, because what she's doing, she's really angry in the moment. I totally get it, and she's thinking, how can I insult this man that has done this terrible thing to me? And by the way, like, you know, I hope he gets convicted too. How can I demean him? I know, I'll call him gay because gay is so lower, gay is so like, you know, anti-masculine, and that's the whole point.
And she's demeaning them. So this is how we're going to determine whether or not we arrest people.
But that was the way there's thousands of
And
ways.
see, this is even worse. Like actually using.
Look, I've seen the headline for what they're talking about. I haven't read into it at all. If she was arrested for calling a person gay, you know, I think that's wrong. Okay, I think that's wrong for two reasons. Number one, I think that people should be allowed to do hate crimes. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is something that I'm just not going to budge on because I love freedom of speech. Okay, I'm a big freedom of speech guy. I'm a freedom of speech Puritan, as one might say. Okay. And so. This is just a liberal value that I hold dear, and by liberal I mean like, you know, traditionally liberal, technically. But yeah. Fuck, what were we talking about?
Because gay is so lower, gay is so
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know, anti-masculine, and that's the whole point.
So like, even if she did say it in a hate crimey way, it wouldn't matter to me. I disagree with arresting somebody just based on their speech. Okay, even if it's bigoted, even if it's hateful. Okay. And anyway, that's not to say that people that say bigoted things, people that say racist things, I want them to face the consequences of saying those things, right? I want them to be socially ostracized, to, you know, that, like, that's it. That I want that, but I don't think that they should be arrested over it. Okay, that's why. In a country like Germany, where they arrest people for being Nazis, for being associated with Nazi party, for being associated with the Nazi party, I think that that's like kind of based. Okay, I look at that and I kind of laugh. I think that's epic. Okay, but like technically I disagree with that. Okay, I don't really think that should actually be what they do, and it is what they do, you know. But anyway, that being said, you know, this woman shouldn't have been arrested, okay, but like at the same time, I don't know, like it's one fucking case in the United Kingdom, like the right wing media is going fucking gaga over this, and you know, I don't know, man. I don't know why. Why could? I wonder why this is getting so much attention.
She's
I wonder.
demeaning them. So this is how we're going to determine whether or not we arrest people.
But that was the way there's thousands of
And
ways.
see, this is even worse. Like actually using the law to arrest people for insults is ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
She could have used to
But
describe
she
it.
said she's not homophobic and wasn't saying it as a gay slur.
I think this is the wrong level of analysis because it's not a matter of what is the emotional severity of the words. You should not be arrested for words, period, regardless
Yes.
of how I feel about the words.
Exactly.
Okay, but so what's that? You wouldn't say that
True.
people that use the N-word to describe people aren't
Well-
racist? It's just their banter between.
Well, look. I mean, look, man. Like, I agree with that guy. You know, I forgot his fucking name. He's a conservative guy. Okay, but like, I agree with him. Like, that shouldn't be the law. But we're talking about Europe right now. Okay, and I'm not gonna go into another country and be like, this is how I think things should be. So like, yeah, other countries, they don't have freedom of speech. I'm not gonna sit here and finger wag them over it. Okay, if they want to arrest people for being bigots, I disagree with that. But like, you know, whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking cry over it. And anyway, it's just, this is just a silly fucking thing to like go on and on about.
They're friends.
Well, no, because I think there
I
is
think it's stupid.
Andrew, dude. Look at his face. Hold on.
Regardless of how
Can
I
we like
feel about the words.
appreciate the
Okay,
Andrewism there?
so
Like,
what's that? You wouldn't say that people that use the N-word to describe people aren't racist? It's just their banter between their friends?
Well, no, because I think there is a
Voice and Rex, thank you so much for the bit. Thank you.
difference in severity of these words. I mean,
So race is more important than sexuality.
well, it's an interesting, arguable point.
When you go down that road of, well, yes, but this word is in another category. It's a flawed game. Don't play it.
My point
Yes,
is
exactly.
something
I
can be a
agree.
homophobic slur
I totally agree with Warren on this
or a
one.
racist slur or an anti-Semitic slur or whatever, even if a person doesn't realize that that's what they're doing.
This is similar to subconscious racism claims in critical race theory. Well, you don't even know that you're racist. That's even worse. And Pierce
Yep.
is falling into this trap. Andrew Wilson points this out.
The fact of the
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
The matter is like, who gives a shit? Who cares if this woman didn't care? Who cares if she was like, you know what, I am homophobic.
Thank
And I said
God.
it because I'm homophobic. That's her business. You can say what you want. You're supposed to, at least in free nations.
You have to reject the
Yup.
premise entirely. Otherwise, it sends you into this
100
convoluted
fucking
logical
%.
circle that you're never going to get out of.
But what I'm saying is we're normalizing a word that still accompanies harm and still kind of normalizes what we do and how we treat as a society, LGBTQI folk. And so I'm just saying,
Okay.
why don't we pick a different word that doesn't cause all
Shut up, whore.
All right, the bigger
Yeah,
issue.
the problem is like, because they're not as fun. And the reason is,
Shut
the more
up,
that you try to make these
retard.
pushbacks, these social pushbacks, and tell people what they can and can't say, it makes them want to say it more. And you know what, Mark?
So true. I want to say it so bad all the time, you know?
Because when you try and forbid specific words, it's going to cause people to gravitate
That's
towards
so
that
true,
word to
so
make
true.
a point about your flawed game.
Like, that's what happens. The second you start making social pushback and say, hey, this word you've been calling your friends and you guys have been joking around for years saying this stuff, you're not allowed to say it anymore because now somebody's going to get too upset about it. It literally gives them incentive to say it more.
Yeah,
when
I
I was a
don't know.
kid, got very popular. And if you remember early Eminem, he used to use this word a lot. According to this logic, if you were to
No, it was- we
recite
can
those
watch it.
rap
It's-
lyrics,
we'll
you could be
watch it.
charged with a crime.
If you
Yeah,
guys
big
wouldn't
fucking
make a
race.
big deal out of it, we wouldn't have a big deal, right? But you guys make the big deal out of it.
True.
Because objectively, this has just gotten out of
Crystal
hand.
Phoenix,
Police
thank you.
officers are making 12,000 arrests a year. That's 30 arrests a day over offensive posts on social media and other platforms. Thousands of people being detained and questioned.
I don't know about you guys, but I fucking love it when people from Europe, particularly from the UK, try to tell me that they have freedom of speech. When I say like, oh, you know, America is great because we have freedom of speech and you guys don't have that. They're like, what are you talking about? We have freedom of speech. And I'm like, I remember distinctly years ago, people saying, oh yeah, we have freedom of speech. Do you though? Yeah, they would never do. What? Like, it's not enshrined in any of your stuff. You don't have like a constitution of a bill of rights that tells you that you have that. You don't have an explicit like freedom of speech like that's codified in your constitution. And they go, yeah, but you know, they'd never do that.
For sending messages that quote cause annoyance, inconvenience, or anxiety.
This is the guy in the
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you for the bits. You just get fined X because they ain't regulated their posts.
panel. He
Good.
is trying to play the flawed game. You can see how it just does not work.
I want to start with the numbers that you just talked about.
It's a slippery slope. Once you allow the UK to dictate how products and services are done in the United States, then it sets a precedent where like the most heckler country gets to determine all of social media for everybody else. It's a bad precedent to set. You should just tell them to go fuck themselves, to be honest.
I think there is a point where we have to look at the reality of the modern world in which we live. Yes, we all want to see more convictions for rape and murder. Those things are very hard to prove. Whereas communication, we all communicate.
Look, the surveillance state is happening. And it ain't because of the fucking UK. Okay, not entirely. I mean, I know that the UK is, like, basically at this point a dystopian, surveillance state. Okay, but so is America. So is America Palantir? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Meta? Banning anti-Zionist rhetoric? Interesting. So free. So freedom.
So the logic here is, well, because these significant crimes are difficult to prove, we should divert our attention to these minor crimes because there's more to play with.
It's right that the law steps in and says, you know what, we've had a hand in this. We're going to step in and protect you because it takes a preventative measure, much like the NHS, where it says, you know what, rather than treat you when you're sick, let's just prevent people from getting sick where we can.
Notice that word, preventative measures, where you were trying to prevent a crime before it has even occurred. But then if the crime has not occurred, what are you arresting the person for?
Why does nobody
This is some fucking psychopath shit. There's an anime for that. It's called Psychopath.
get arrested for
Did they not watch like Minority Report?
Donald Trump a Nazi?
Since the assassination of Charlie Kirk and those two attempts on Donald Trump's life, the right has been saying, watch your rhetoric.
There's a big difference in saying
There's a big difference between saying it's a bad idea that we should use this rhetoric. And you know, I do think in a lot of cases that is true. That, you know, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to do these things, right? But there's a big difference between it's not a good idea, you shouldn't do that, to you have to do that, compelled by force. Force is the determining factor here, right? And whether or not you have rights.
watch your rhetoric and arresting people for it. That's not the same thing as what we're seeing in the UK at all.
Understand
They're not calling
that
for their
not calling
arrest,
for
dude.
violence, but calling them
Come
words
on.
starts that dehumanization that leads to violence. So thank you for proving my
This
point.
is like
Yeah,
this is
these are
sick.
opposite sides.
This is actually sick. What you're saying.
According
I
to this
agree.
logic, using that F word is so dehumanizing it will inevitably lead to violence. Therefore, we can arrest you for it.
What
Yeah,
you're
but see, here's the problem with that. Who determines that, right? Who determines that? Who determines the level of which, like, you? So for example, if I were to say, well, you know, you called me a Nazi because of what I believe. What can I get you arrested now, right? And I think the problem is, and a lot of
No,
conservatives, they just don't trust them.
because
right?
that's not a
They don't
slur.
trust them to have the power to make that decision.
saying is that you're calling for people to be arrested for words that make you upset.
We only got
Yeah.
her side of the story. Reading the articles, it says that there was a series of abusive and homophobic messages.
He continues to try and justify the arrest of this woman, claiming it was the right move to make.
Those were then
I
shown.
don't give a shit if you call a person like literally every fucking slur. Then you know
The friend
They
said
weren't
that she-
homophobic.
The friend that she said
They
that-
weren't
you know,
homophobic.
obviously, like there are some things that you really can't say. when it kind of goes towards action, or it has like an effect on in terms of like when the feelings don't matter, when you're like basically saying like, oh, you know, I'm gonna kill you or something, that's completely different because it's a threat, right? Or like just hurting someone's feelings, like,
This is
why
that
would that
flawed
be?
game. Even if they were, it's still language.
If you can't be anti-Semitic against somebody who's not Jewish.
But we go back to,
But
I
it
think it's
doesn't
worse, because the
make-
gay slur was made to make him seem like less of a man.
And this is the problem.
Yeah.
The moment you make a subjective feeling a crime,
Yup.
there's no putting it back. There's no way to stop it. And Pierce tries to point this out by asking a question, well, what about Trump's emotional state when you say things about him?
Is it a
I
slur?
believe that, and I'm
Is it a
making-
slur against Donald Trump?
No.
Wow.
That's my. Pierce, I'm the one saying no.
Why
So
not?
it's not a slur to
you're
call somebody.
arguing.
It's not a slur.
And so this reveals the entire. This lifts the hood and reveals the entire thing. It's not about people's feelings. It's not about what's the right thing to do. It's not about if you hurt people's feelings. It's not about any sort of perceived damages you have to that person's psyche. It's really what it is. If you were to peel back everything and you were to siphon off all of the fat and get underneath there, the entire thing is just power. That's what it's about. It's just power and control. Exactly. That's all they want. They want to wield that power against you. That's it. That's all it is.
To call somebody a Nazi, but it is a slur to use the F word about somebody who's not even gay. Explain that.
No.
And he has no logical response to this. He's just
Yep.
speechless.
I can't explain what you just said because that's not the point I'm making. You recharacterized what I said.
I'm also- Well, the point is you're making.
The difference is Orange Man.
Yo.
Yeah, that's all it is. There's no
Okay. Yo, chat. Is it okay to say the N-word if you don't say it to a black person? Technically, it's only racist to say the N-word if you do it while wearing a Klan's robe. Well, you have to be... You have to... technically, you have to be wearing the pointy hat and the white robes in order for it to be racist when you say the N-word. Yeah, man. Yeah, genius
principle
level.
behind it. It's really just what they can do to wield power against you. That's all it is. It's
So
what they want.
stupid.
And the truth is, that's really all it is in the end. Is
Oh,
are
God.
they able to force what they want onto you, or are you able to force what you want onto them? And that's the kind of scary truth of this entire thing. Is our worldviews are so opposite. We have no choice but to exercise force against each other. And when I say force, I don't mean like violence. I don't mean like beating each other up in the streets or killing each other. You have to exercise the political force basically against them. You have to force them to submit to your values and your will. Otherwise, they will do that to you. And that involves using literally everything that you can against them. So if they're gonna do ballot harvesting and they're gonna do all this fucking shitty, gerrymandering, shitty, cheap tactics, you have to do the same because you're gonna lose.
Fuck
If you
do
take the
you
high road when they
mean?
constantly take the low road, you're gonna lose basically. You may not mean violence, Leaf, but they do. Yes.
The idea that this is the thing that Republicans will do, man. They will say that we're the Democrats and the Democrats are the Republicans. Okay, now what I mean by this is the Democrats never use cheap tactics in politics. Okay, they always take the high road. Always. They go low, we go high. Okay, now it seems that Leaflet is like co-opting this phrase to basically say that what is happening in politics today, it's actually the exact reverse opposite of what's happening in her worldview, which is that Republicans are the ones who are taking the high road. And it's crazy, man. But if you want a good descript of what I'm talking about, watch this video. Okay, I'll play a little bit of it.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're a
guy
Democratic
makes great
president
videos,
finishing
by the
out
way.
your last year in office. There's not a lot you're expected to do as a lame duck except endorse a Democrat for the upcoming election, but then early in the year, something unexpected happens. A Supreme Court justice dies suddenly in his sleep. Vacancies in the Supreme Court are infrequent as it's a lifetime appointment, so death and the occasional resignation are the only causes of an empty seat. And when it happens, it's the president's job to get the seat filled. So you set about the task of picking a successor, probably the last major decision you will make as president, when the Republican Senate tells you, yeah, we're not going to confirm anyone you nominate. And you say, well, if you think you've got the votes, you can reject my nominee and I'll pick someone else. And they say, oh no, we're not going to vote against your nominee. We're not going to hold a vote. What are you talking about? I haven't even nominated someone yet. We're not going to convene a vote on anyone you nominate. But that's your job.
This actually
I make
happened.
a nomination, the Senate holds a vote, and democracy decides who sits on the bench. Well, that's not what we're going to do. You're a lame duck. The next president will decide who sits on the Supreme Court. That's not how this works. That's not how we've ever done things. Certainly not when your party's had a lame duck in office. Well, it's what we're going to do. And you say, that's not what the Constitution says. And they say, the Constitution does not explicitly say we can't. Your wife has a saying for when Republicans act up. They go low, we go high. So in considering your current predicament, you try to think of what taking the high road might look like. The Republicans have always accused you of being too far left, so after some deliberation, you select a middle-of-the-road, utterly uncontroversial judge, the kind of candidate a functioning Senate should have no trouble confirming. You make a display of embracing the spirit of compromise, in the hopes they'll change their tune, or at the very least be shamed into convening a vote rather than admitting this had nothing to do with the timing or the nominee and was just about refusing to collaborate with a liberal. In response, the Republicans announced that not only will they still not convene a vote, some say that should a Democrat win the election, and they don't even know who the candidate is yet, they will hold the seat vacant for however long it takes to get a Republican in the White House. You didn't call their bluff. They are all too happy to admit that this is absolutely about dicking over liberals and guaranteeing as many conservatives as possible in the Supreme Court. There is no official policy for what to do if one party simply refuses to do its job. But there is a legal argument that if the Senate refuses to vote on your nominee, they are, in effect, giving you permission to appoint a judge without their approval, link in the down there part. This is technically a little extra-constitutional, but it is the law in many similar scenarios, and certainly if they're going to break the rules, you're within your rights to bend them. But they go low, we go high. How can you criticize them for going outside the Constitution if you're going to do it yourself? So, being the grown-up, you grit your teeth and do nothing. Seemingly there's nothing to do but publicly shame them, keeping a running tally of how many days your nomination has sat on senators' desks without a vote. You can play this as keeping your integrity, the Democrats seizing the moral high ground. But in response, the Republicans seize the Supreme Court. Their guy wins the election, you finish out your term, and Republicans will put one of their own on the bench. And just before you leave office, and the new guy is inaugurated, and your nomination expires after 293 days without a vote, nearly 3 times the previous record, a Republican senator predicts that, under the new administration, the Democrats, the minority party in the House, Senate, and now Supreme Court, will be the biggest obstructionists history has ever seen. Think of the position this puts Democratic senators into. They have been preemptively denigrated for the exact behaviors Republicans have relied on for the last 8 years. After 2 terms of misuse, every means of obstructing an unfit executive branch, from filibustering bills to shutting down the government rather than approve a budget proposal, has just been defined as going low. Worse, in the event of a Supreme Court appointment being literally stolen by the opposing party, it might be defensible to not convene a vote on whomever that party nominates, except that's exactly the tactic Democrats have spent 10 months condemning. If everything that might restore democratic norms is tainted by the Republicans who violated those norms in the first place, then the only honorable move left is compliance. Give Republicans whatever they want, confirm their judge as quickly and smoothly as possible, treat the situation like it's fair, because that's what they should have done when it actually was. This is, somehow, going high. And that comment from the Republican senator belies the truth.
No, that's
they
being
know
a
what they're
bitch.
doing, and they're not ashamed. They know Democrats aren't obstructionists.
That's
They're
being a
counting
fucking
on
pussy.
it. When one party can be relied on to do the exact opposite of your worst behavior, good strategy is to do to them as destructively as possible whatever you don't want them to do to you. The new Republican norm is you go high, we go low. Now, this is a long-standing Republican thing, and we'll talk about how the alt-right comes into it by and by. And though it's effective, it's not sophisticated. I mean, I just got finished with my intro and I'm already out of things to say about it. So let's turn the camera around and ask not why the technique is popular, but why Democrats keep falling for it. On the face of it, it would appear Democrats are a lot more concerned with being called hypocrites than Republicans are, which would seem a very solvable problem. Republicans are going to yell so much for the tolerant left, no matter what form our opposition takes, so ignore them. But clearly it's not that simple, or we wouldn't be having this problem. Republicans are striking at something more fundamental to American liberalism that makes these charges of hypocrisy hard to ignore. So, what's wrong with liberals? The modern American Democrat is in an unenviable position. You need two things to win an election: votes and funding. And there are a number of things that voters care passionately about and that they have no hope of ever getting from Republicans, but unfortunately for Democrats, they are the exact things big-ticket donors despise, which is why Democrats in very secure districts who tend to run unopposed are the ones most willing to talk about them. The left is, in fact, a very heterogeneous group with a mountain of conflicting interests and decades of infighting. So it's very hard to appeal to all of them and wealthy donors. Republicans don't have this problem, or at least they don't have it as bad. Despite many, in some ways, even more passionate and fundamental differences, conservatives value loyalty and in-group cohesion. And this keeps them coming together every 4 years in a surprisingly unified voting bloc. It also helps that they fucking hate us, and most would sooner vote for a Republican they despise than any kind of Democrat. And lucky for them, the things conservative voters want are much more aligned with corporate interests. So building a coalition on the left is a lot of work. And faced with this challenge, there is a liberal tendency to turn away from policy and focus instead on process. Generally uncontroversial things like bipartisanship, compromise, decorum. And fair enough, the absence of these things in Washington over the years is certainly something everyone left of center is sick of, but they're not things Democrats can make happen all by themselves. And more to the point, none of them are results. They're means. Like, a willingness to compromise is not a position, and when you over-focus on how you should go about things and not what things you should go about, it fosters a certain philosophy about government that is both highly flawed and highly exploitable. The valuing of means at the expense of ends. Most people would say that the ends justify the means is a crap moral philosophy. Democrats would agree. But liberals often overcorrect to the point where thinking about the ends at all is thought of as, in a vague, reflexive kind of way, innately immoral. There's a very Enlightenment way of thinking that implies that, with the right means, the ends take care of themselves, and immoral behavior becomes functionally impossible. I want to stress that claiming political group A adheres to philosophy...
I think he meant the means there. I don't know, I could be wrong. But anyway... Go watch that video. It's good.
But, according to our principles, we don't believe in using violence in that way. At least
all
I
of
don't.
his
So
alt-right
for me, it's an
playbook
issue of being
videos
prepared.
are good.
I'm going to be prepared for when they want to enact violence on me, and then that kind of removes the limiter from me. Does that make sense? If they come at me with physical violence, then I will respond with physical violence to the maximum level. By the way, I don't really believe in a fair fight. I don't. Once they engage in violence, I don't believe in a fair fight. I believe in total domination. So it's kind of like if they're going to come at me with whatever, like and this is kind of why I am very very 2A, is because if they're going to come at me with like a baseball bat, then I want a gun. If they're going to come at me with a gun, then I want a bigger gun. I want a machine gun. I want anything, basically, that I can use against them. If they come at me with a car full of dudes, I want a rocket launcher. You know what I mean? Like, I want an RPG. That's kind of why I'm very pro.
Leaflet, this is one thing that I find interesting about Leaflet. She spends a lot of time on stream in these videos. She spends a lot of time in her shower thoughts, And we've all met someone like this. We all have shower thoughts. If I were in this situation, I would do this. I would do karate and I do a somersault and I flip them. Okay. And then I'd pile drive them into the concrete. Okay. And like it's so, but like to do it, like this isn't content, dude. This is not content, bro. It's just stupid.
pro 2A. I don't believe in fair. Overwhelming force, yes. I believe in using overwhelming force against people that want to use force against you. I don't believe in, in a sort of that's unfair or that's excessive. I don't really believe in that. I want to have a 100 meg in a fight against people. I don't want to have to reload. I want Linklet to have a Gundam so she can do. Dude, me too. Me too. I deserve.
Yeah. I mean, if someone were trying to kill me, I would want to be able to laser beam them from space. I don't really see what that has to do with, like, real-world policy and legislation. Like, does that mean that I should have access to a space laser? The answer is no. No. That would be crazy. Okay? I don't even know why we're
All
talking
women
about
deserve
this.
a Gundam. Well, never mind. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. Just me. Just me. And maybe Rana. Rana can have one. And my mom. Yeah, Kirsha can have one too. Yeah, and Celestia. Yeah. Speaking of gerrymandering, gonna watch the recent video of the SCOTUS undoing some of for the Dems. I might. I'll see if I have time to look into it. But yeah.
The Dems are gerrymandering? You guys were gerrymandering overtly. Like Donald. Like the reason that the Dems started gerrymandering is because because the president was like, we're gerrymandering, we're doing it, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. And then they're like, I can't believe the Democrats would do this. I cannot believe that they would gerrymander.
Yes, you have to exercise power against them because the worldview isn't compatible. So when the worldviews are somewhat compatible, like you have a like, and this is by the way, this is the biggest issue with the entire well, I have to be careful. This is really the issue with unmitigated diversity, is if you don't have a general foundation that like you can all agree on for society, in the case of America, that would be Christian ethics, right? If you don't have the same foundation for society, then there's no way to convince the other side like what is better, basically, because you don't even agree in the first place on anything, on even the baseline of like what should or shouldn't be. And without common ground, it's impossible, and it becomes an exercise in force at that point, right? Because there's no way you could possibly convince them. And when you have people whose culture, their worldview is so opposed, so opposite, there's nothing you can do but exercise force. And that's why it's kind of like, you have to exercise political power in whatever way you can, which is why, honestly, like I totally agree. Even though in principle I'm against ballot harvesting, in principle I'm against a lot of the tactics that Dems use, you have to do it too. If they're gonna make it legal, you have to do it, basically, because otherwise you're just gonna lose. Basically saying like, oh well, I'm not gonna do that. It's basically kind of like, imagine a scenario where there's like a samurai, and the samurai's like, I believe in honor, and I'm gonna use my blade because I believe in honor, right? And then the other person goes, yeah, well, I have a gun. And then the other person goes, yes, well, it doesn't matter, I will never stoop to your level, I will always use the blade. Well, then you just die. Do you see what I mean? Now you die, and all of your now you die, your children and your wife are now theirs, your entire family, everything you've fought for, everything you've built up for, it now belongs to the enemy. Do you see my point? Yeah. Nobunaga knew that. Yeah, exactly.
Great
and
analogy.
It's just kind of unrealistic. Like, I get it, like the lawful good.
While her analogy here is elementary, I do agree with it. I actually do agree with this. It's just that, like, you have to be living in a different dimension entirely to think that Democrats are doing this and Republicans are just forced to do it. Like, no, man, it's the other way around.
Paladin route, like do you guys see why when I was talking about lightsabers, how I told you guys I'm a gray Jedi? I'm not a Sith, and I'm not a Jedi, right? I would use whatever it took to win. If like I believed in my sense of justice, and like I have my morals and my worldview, and I need that to win, I will utilize Force lightning if I have to, right? So what you're saying is segregation is good because if so, I'll allow you honorary status. Well, no, not necessarily. Okay, so I believe that diversity of thought within the same, diversity of thought and experience within the same moral the same moral foundation, I think is a good thing, because then you have a lot of perspectives, and you can solve problems through different perspectives rather than a single perspective. But there is a lot of negatives to both pure homogeneity and diversity. It's a balance. It's not like, and I'm just being honest here, and like, people will probably think what I'm saying is vile, but let's be honest, there are negatives to diversity and there are negatives to homogeneity. There are negatives and positives to both. Right, I'll give you an example, right? So like if you had one of the issues too with this is when you strive for pure homogeneity, the issue then becomes something else, because humans are naturally tribalistic, and it's a constant fight against the human nature of tribalism, which can only really be solved through culture and religion, really. Like it can only be solved through morality, basically, something higher than our base instincts as base animalistic instincts. But say you were to make a fully homogeneous society, say like, okay, only white people in this country, only white people, okay? Say you were to do that, right? Now it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm a white person, but that guy's kind of Irish. It's a little Irish. I don't really like that. You know, his nose is a little weird, right? Like they come from they come from the white people that have the weird nose. You know what I mean? And now it becomes that, and it's gonna like continuously like be like that forever, basically, because of the tribalistic nature, right? So that's why I don't really think that pure homogeneity even solves anything. It might in the short term, but I think in the long term it will naturally like it will go back to basically how it was before. Where in Europe, you know, oh you're French, oh you're German, oh you're Irish, you know, you're Welsh, whatever. Fuck you. Like, it becomes like that basically. It's the same thing, which is why I think that the important thing is that we have a cultural cohesion. We have a cultural philosophical cohesion that has a moral foundation that we can all agree on. That's the important part, right? But you can say the same thing about like the diversity too. Is like too much diversity in terms of like these people have fucking nothing to do with us. Why the fuck are they living next to me? They don't even believe in the same morals that I do. Why the fuck am I next to them? And that would be like a bad thing too, right? And again, there are positives as well, as in like you have different perspectives and different point of views that you can bring in. It's really about nothing in life. This is the problem I have with people, is a lot of like times people are so retarded in that they don't understand that nothing is ever like nothing except God is basically purely good. Like everything is always a trade-off. There's always like positives or negatives to a thing, and it's in assessing the positives and negatives of a ideology, a thing, anything really, that we find like what's the best combination of things that will lead to the best results. Does that make sense? The good, the bad, and the ugly. Basically, there's a really funny there's this anime I really like. It's called Centaur's Troubles. Does anybody know Centaur's Troubles? And it has a really interesting part in it. It's basically Centaur's Troubles is an anime about a world in which there are drastic differences between people. So like one person's a centaur, one person's like, you know, a cat girl and stuff like that, right? Like the races are so fucking different. Like there's like snake people and like you know, sheep people and, you know, people with you know, angel wings and stuff. It's like a world in which everyone is so drastically different, all of the races, right? And there's a scene in Centaur's Troubles where there's a teacher, and the teacher is like teaching a class, and she's like, there's a lot of hatred between the different races of this world, and it is such a bad thing. And like, look, like there's we can only imagine a world in which everyone was the same, and there wasn't like, you know, people didn't have different wings, and people didn't have, you know, gills, and people didn't have, you know, people weren't merfolk, there weren't centaurs. Like we can only speculate, like, but you know, imagine if we lived in a world where the only difference was like a slight difference in like hair or a slight difference in skin color, everyone would get along. And like I remember thinking of that, and I was like, that's actually so fucking great. Like that's actually amazing. That was like in the actual thing, and that's why I say it's the same thing, right? Where if we were to like take that to the next level and say, okay, now everybody has brown skin, everyone has white skin. Now it's what kind of white skin are you? Do you have big eyes, or are you of the big eye clan or the small eye clan? Are you of the big ear clan or the small ear clan? Do you have the freckles clan? Are you the freckles clan? And now everyone's just gonna hate each other for something completely different, because it's just in human nature. The tribalism will never stop. It only stops when we are able to ascend outside of our animalistic tendencies through divine means, basically, divine or philosophical means, whichever you want to use. But it's gonna take. It takes a lot.
So that's incorrect. Okay. What she's saying here is people be bigoted. People be bigoted. There is nothing we can do about it. People will always be like this. There is no way to stop it. Okay? No. There is. Okay? People are racist and people are bigoted, and there is a solution to making them not that way. The problem is when somebody starts to go down that path, it's really hard to pull them back. Okay? Impossible even. That's something that they have to do themselves. They have to figure it out and work on it themselves. But you can stop someone from going down this path in the first place with adequate education, okay, with by uplifting their material conditions. And the reason why is because when what makes a racist, I think, is a shift, right? A jump in tax brackets. Okay, basically, when somebody becomes poor or when somebody becomes rich, they are oftentimes radicalized by this. Okay, and because when you go broke, when you had money and then you lose it, you look for someone to blame, right? When you get money and you don't have it, you need to justify it somehow. Okay, so that's where the elitism comes from. So like poverty racism is like anger, okay, resentment, blame. Okay, rich racism is elitist. disgust. Okay, that sort of thing. Divine, like natural superiority. Okay, and anyway, that's where I think it comes from. So if you want to solve racism, if you want to stop people from doing it, it is possible. You have to erase those conditions. Okay, you have to stop that sort of thing from happening. And a lot of our laws are designed around maintaining the hierarchy, but only at the expense of poor people. Okay, as in when the stock market is going up, when the money printer is going burr, the consumers don't see any of that that positive climb in the stock market. We don't see that. Okay, but the losses are socialized. So when banks fuck up and they lose money, we bail them out. That's how it works. Anyway, let's keep going.
Basically, like, even the most devout people have trouble with temptation, with the animalistic temptations that, like, naturally drive us. It's a constant battle against the animalistic and the divine. It's constantly a battle between it.
Wow. Well, anyway. What the fuck? So this guy hasn't uploaded yet, I don't think, but I'm highly interested in this person. So what do you say? Let's watch one of his videos. Okay, one of them so my introduction to this guy was I started watching this video, okay, which is called "Not All White Americans Are Equal," and then the thumbnail is like a bunch of woke-tard wojacks. Woke jacks. It's a bunch of woke jacks, and they're getting mogged by the Aryan master race on the right, which is funny. This thumbnail is funny because Sydney Sweeney actually came out and apologized recently. That's right. That's right. She capitulated. She capitulated. Anyway, let's watch this video. I'm interested in seeing this one.
I didn't. I'm kind of glad I didn't make it when I was supposed to, because you guys actually gave me some recommendations of channels I should check out, and a few of those channels are on this list, so I'm glad that I waited. But obviously this isn't going to be a normal rant video that I usually make. This is a list. It's a list of America First channels, but also base channels. Okay. And you might be saying, well, what's the difference? Well, some of these channels aren't going to be America First channels. They either just don't talk about politics, or the politics they do talk about just aren't American because they're not American channels. But the love that they have for their own nation and their own countries is essentially the same. It's the same type of energy we have with America First channels and America First politics. It's just for their own countries. And I respect that. I respect people who love their nation and want to keep it safe and protect their traditions. I mean, how can you not respect that, especially in this day and age? So if a channel is America First in the sense that it is political and it's kind of like on our side, I'll say it's an America First channel. If it's just a base channel, I'll say it's just base, and I'll give you the reasons why. I think it goes without saying, too, that you're not going to just automatically agree with everything all these people say, and that's not expected of you, just like it's not expected of me, you know, when I watch these channels. Just like I don't expect you to agree with everything I say when I make a video or talk about a subject, because that's not the point. I want you guys to be critical thinkers. I want you guys to think for yourselves and to come up with your own conclusions. So I am going to recommend these channels, and I'm also going to recommend some videos to go with it, but I don't expect you to watch all their content and just automatically follow them like it's the word of God. That's not the point of this list, all right? So I don't want you to think that. Also, there's going to be some recommendations. It's going to be 2 videos in particular where I'm not really recommending the channels at all. It's just the 2 videos from those channels, and I'll explain the reasons for that when I get there. But besides that, yeah, this is a great list. I think you should check these channels out, and with that being said, let's start off, and we're starting off strong with Jimmy Talks. Jimmy Talks is an amazing YouTuber. A lot of you guys already watch his content. I love Jimmy Talks, man. I've been watching him for around like 4 or 5 months, I would say at this point. He is an America First channel. He's super based. He makes great videos, great content. But I have to say, I would not have a channel if it wasn't for Jimmy. And I actually mean that, because before I even started this, you know, this channel, you can go back, you can look at my first video on this channel. It's just a Dark Souls gameplay video. I had a lot more on here, but I don't know how they got deleted. I don't think I deleted them, but they're not here anymore. But this was just a random channel I made over 9 years ago. That's it. Like, it was never made for politics or talking about my opinion or anything like that. But about 2 or 3 months ago, I was listening to Jimmy Talks at work, and it just kind of all clicked. It's like, look, I've been thinking about these things for a long time. I've thought about politics for years. I've been invested and interested in it for a little bit over a decade, and I've never made a channel on YouTube where I express my opinions. I should do that. I should make a fucking channel. And I like the way Jimmy makes his videos. He makes his videos very similar to me, in the sense it's just gameplay most of the time, and it's him giving his opinions, him talking. I will say, however, his videos are a lot more informational than mine.
Yeah,
he actually writes
sucks,
scripts a lot of the times, and he explains things. And you can learn a lot from watching his channel. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, he's breaking down so many complex topics, and he's just a great dude, bro. Super based. His Twitter's awesome. I love him on Twitter. But he's just a great guy. Super, super good channel. And I love the people that watch his content too. A lot of them come over here and comment on my videos. And some people even say it's like, oh, you make videos just like him. It's like, yeah, it's gameplay commentary videos. It's like, that's been a thing on YouTube for a long time. But I will say, if it wasn't for Jimmy, I wouldn't be here. So, you know, I owe him a lot. And if I had to recommend just 2 videos for you to watch from him, I recommend you watch all of his content because he has really good videos. But if I had to only recommend 2, I would say Gen Z is getting really based and red-pilled. That's a very good video. And then one of his newer videos, which is Why Communism Never Works. Great video, man. Check out his content. Go follow him on Twitter. But yeah, Jimmy.
Okay, yeah. I think I will watch that video. Yeah. I'm gonna add that to the. Oh yeah.
What's?
We're not gonna watch this right now, but
Ox is like one of the best YouTubers
but we're
in the
gonna
game
watch
right now,
this,
in my opinion. Now, next up on the list is a channel you guys recommended to me, and I've fallen in love with. And I've already gave them a shout out essentially on the channel before, but that is the Right Wing Coalition. He is extremely America first, extremely based, and this guy has very well thought out arguments, very well written videos, because he writes scripts for all of his stuff. And if I had to like explain who this guy was to somebody else, they were like, well, who is he? What does he do? Or what did he do? Or whatever. I would be like, this man is a Gen Z American philosopher, in the sense that when you watch his videos, they really get you thinking. And I love that. I love it when people can make content that actually causes you to think about complex issues, whether it's offensive or not offensive, whether it's popular or not popular. He makes just amazing videos. And I would classify him as that. He's one of the greatest Gen Z American philosophers. And if I had to recommend 2 videos from his channel, obviously America for the Americans. That's just one of.
Oh, my bad.
Over a month ago. I didn't. I'm kind of glad I didn't make it when I love it when people can make content that actually causes you to think about complex goated videos I've ever seen. It's only 6 minutes. It's like 6.5 minutes. But especially, and I have to really recommend this, a few days after he made that other video, he made a new one. And it's called Gen Z, From Liberal to Far Right. This video is amazing. This is one of the greatest videos I've ever seen on YouTube, and it's been blowing up. It has been blown up like crazy, and there's a reason why. I beg you, go watch that video. It's like he doesn't ramble like me. A lot of these people don't do that. They actually write scripts, but this guy specifically, he writes down his thoughts, and it's a great video to send to anybody who just doesn't really understand or get these topics. A very good deep dive look into the pipeline for Gen Z men specifically, and why we feel the way we do. It's an amazing video. Probably one of the most important videos ever made on YouTube right now. So I highly recommend you go check it out. But the Right Wing Coalition is a great guy. Go follow him on Twitter. Follow these people on Rumble as well. They have Rumble accounts. Go check them out. Next up on the list is Remnant777.
Yeah,
This guy is
yeah, I've seen this motherfucker. Yeah,
completely. He is a great channel. He makes very well edited videos. You can tell by his thumbnails he puts a lot of effort into his channel, like the appearance, the editing. He writes scripts. This is another guy who's very well thought out. He has really great content. He's also kind of dipped his toes into the debate space. He's done debates with other liberal creators, and his content is more of like the type of content you can kind of show to anybody because there is editing. It is very well crafted, very well made. So a lot of people can watch that type of content and digest the ideas a lot more easy than somebody watching like my content where it's just me yelling and there's just gameplay in the background that doesn't really match what I'm talking about. But that's like the difference. So his videos are really well put together, and I've met him. I've actually talked to him, and he's a really great guy. I had a very interesting conversation with him on certain things, and I like him. I just like him a lot. And if there's 2 videos I had to recommend from his channel, it's obviously number 1 has to be the psychology of women with septum nose rings. I know it sounds insane, but it is a great video. It's not that long. It's very well edited, and it makes a lot of great arguments on like kind of the state of women in general. And there's like the septum nose ring theory. That's like a thing that's kind of gotten popular this year, but it's a real thing, and he has a very good take on it. And then the second video I would recommend is How the Radical Left Dehumanizes the Right. Very good, very well edited. Highly recommend his channel. Go follow him. Go subscribe. Check him out. Next up is the GOAT, and that is Focus Trips. Focus Trip is America first as fuck, and I cannot recommend his channel enough. And obviously, it goes without saying, this dude is the reason why I've had any boost in popularity. He gave me a chance on his stream, and he watched one of my videos. He told his subscribers to come over, watch my content, support me. A lot of you guys are here because of him. And then he invited me on one of his streams to talk. And just a great dude. He's funny. He makes very good arguments. He's a very rational person, but also he's kind of in the sphere of like gun tubers. I don't know if that's like the correct term I should use, but YouTubers that are very much into guns and everything that kind of comes with that territory, which I'm kind of not that educated when it comes to that stuff. I like guns, but I do not have even 10% of the amount of knowledge this guy has on his stuff. And his streams are just good. Like if I had to recommend anything to watch, any of his videos are insightful, but his streams I feel like are the bread and butter. I feel like that's actually like the meat and potatoes because you get so much from watching them. The 2 I would recommend definitely is his Halloween stream he did recently, The Black Dawn Rises. It's very funny. They talk about a lot of interesting topics in that stream. I highly recommend it. And then I'm going to self-plug here real quick, and the stream I was on, which is Youths of a Nation. I got to meet some other really great YouTubers on there.
Why do these motherfuckers want to LARP as the fucking Wehrmacht so bad? I wonder. Look at that motherfucker. Vintage Warfare.
He did recently, the Black Dawn Rises. It's very funny. They talk about a lot of interesting topics in that stream. I highly recommend it. And then I'm going to self-plug here real quick, and the stream I was on, which is Use of a Nation. I got to meet some other really great YouTubers on there. We had a lot of really interesting, good discussions, especially on immigration, and I highly recommend Focus Trip channel. He's just a great guy, and I can't thank him enough for the support he's given me and his community. So I thank him, and I highly recommend you check him out because he makes amazing content. And speaking of like gun tubers or gun YouTubers, the next one up that I'm recommending you watch is definitely Vintage Warfare. Vintage Warfare is fucking funny as fuck, dude. I didn't know about him until after I did the stream with Focus, with Jonathan, but I started watching his channel, and dude, his videos are literally top tier. He's America's first completely, and I love his channel, dude. He basically just makes fun of stupid gun propaganda, whether it's anti-gun propaganda or crazy like soy cuck liberals that, you know, complain about gun rights and all this stuff. And he makes fun of them, but in his own way, he exposes how stupid their arguments are. So I highly recommend you check out his videos. The two top videos, if you're not gonna watch anything else he does, please watch Hollywood Gun Store Propaganda. It's one of the best videos I've seen. And then please, for the love of God, watch The King of the Fuds. That video made me laugh so fucking hard, dude. That shit was so funny. But Vintage Warfare is just a great dude. Follow him on Twitter. He's a really good guy, you know, and he's a military veteran, and he has a lot of knowledge.
Fuds are, if anybody, you know, is fortunate enough to not, you know, be in this space. A FUD is just like an old, out of touch man, an old guy. That's what the young alt-right, the Gen Z alt-right, that's what they say.
I just don't. And so anytime I watch him, I learn something. Next up on the list is one that I know you guys watch, and it's actually one I've been watching for a while too, and that is Mintus Wave. Mintus Wave is America first completely, and I love his channel. He makes really, really well thought out arguments as well. He makes very good tier list videos, and he just talks about a lot of different things, and it's regarding politics. But the two videos I would highly recommend you guys check out, if you haven't seen them already, is The Complete Guide to Detecting Nitwits, and then Examining Arguments for and Against Open Borders. I really like that video specifically because it's very rare that you find a video where someone has an argument against something, and they decide, well, to prove my argument correct, I'm going to examine both sides of it, and I'm going to deconstruct them in a way to kind of prove my own argument. Basically, to show how stupid the other side is, you know, and how much they don't really like think these things through. Now, before we move on to the other channels on the list, I'm going to go ahead and just shout out those two videos that I was talking about earlier. So someone on Twitter asked me to make a video about how to speak more clearly, how to be more articulate or whatever. And I don't actually think I'm that good of a speaker. One of the reasons why I started this channel, besides talking about politics, was to become better at speaking because it's a skill. So I don't really feel like I'm the best person to give tips on how to be better at that because I'm trying to get better myself. So I went ahead and I found two videos that I have watched and I think are pretty helpful. And those videos are How to Speak Articulately by Odysseus and How to Speak Brilliantly by Ja3Starr. So these channels are not America First. They're not based. They don't talk about politics, but their information is pretty good. And I would just recommend if you are one of those people that are kind of, you know, struggling with speaking and you want to just get better at it because it is a skill, watch these channels, you know, or at least watch those two videos. And also read more. You know, reading can help you become better at speaking as well, especially if you start reading more like books on like rhetoric or persuasion, debate, you know, stuff like that. Not just like fiction with a bunch of like bullshit words in it, but like actual books that can help expand your vocabulary, stuff like that. So if you're struggling with speaking or you just have a hard time with being a confident speaker, you have to practice. And
did your dad make you read that?
Reading more in your spare time because it will help you. And maybe even make a YouTube channel and start talking. Maybe practice like that. That's working pretty well for me. So, but back to the base channels. Next up is The Crucible, Andrew Wilson's channel, who is super America First. He's pretty based. Now, the reason why I talk about Andrew Wilson, a lot of people might not like the fact that I'm recommending his channel, but I think he is one of the best blood sport debaters on the internet right now. He's in the trenches basically every day, and he can handle debates with like pretty much any type of person, and that is a skill. That's something very admirable. And since he is on our side and he thinks and believes in a lot of the same things we do, it's good to support people who are in that type of field because that is important. Debating is an important thing. Being able to do it in a way that is persuasive and wins debates is another great skill, and he's very good at these things. You can learn a lot from watching his content. I recommend any debate essentially that he's done. You know, especially the debate where he was going up against the Black Israelites. I think he has a video where it's like a clip. It's called The Chosen People, like on slavery. He's debating them on slavery. And then, you know, any debate where he's going up against a feminist, you know, debating feminism. Just great stuff, man. I can't recommend his channel more. So go check out The Crucible. Follow him on Twitter. Watch his content. Next up is Myron Gaines. Now, a lot of you are not going to like the fact that I'm putting Myron Gaines here. Some people just don't like the fact that he's a part of Fresh and Fit. Other people don't like the fact that he's not white. Yada, yada, yada. Some people say, oh, he's a Muslim. And here's what I have to say about Myron Gaines. I've been watching Myron for years. I started watching him like four or 5 years ago.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. This guy is super anti-Semitic, okay? Don't worry.
And I would watch him in Fresh because he made videos on how to build credit, and I basically had no credit, and so I did verbatim everything they said to do in their video series on how to build credit, and I built my fucking credit. It worked. So financially, I watched a lot of their content because they had a lot of really good information on just how to make more money or just do more things. So I was super interested in that. So I wasn't really interested in the dating stuff. And then I started watching more of the dating content, and I kind of agree with a lot of it. We'll have to make a separate video on that specifically because I know a lot of you guys are not going to agree with what he says about dating, and I don't agree with everything. But in regards to Myron being a Muslim, all right, Myron is one of the most strong America First YouTubers in the sense that even though he's a Muslim, he gets death threats almost every day from other Muslims because he tells them that America is a white Christian nation and it should be respected as such. And he really means that. He's the dude who platformed Nick Fuentes when it wasn't popular, platformed a lot of people when it wasn't popular, and when his channel, you know, was put under threat for doing so. There was a time period on YouTube where you couldn't have a lot of these people on. If you did, you would get demonetized, and in some cases your channel would get deleted. So after watching him all these years, paying attention
I'm pretty sure he was kind of late to platforming Nick Fuentes though, for real. Like yeah, Nick Fuentes he was kind of radioactive at the time, but so was Fresh and Fit. Okay, and anyway, Nick Fuentes got platformed by Destiny. So I think it was more of like a mutually beneficial kind of deal. Okay, like Nick Fuentes was up and coming, he was building an audience. That's what happened.
What he says, he is a man with integrity, and I have a lot of respect for him. I just do. I've seen him walk away from a lot of money. I remember one time specifically when he was first kind of getting popular, him and Fresh on their main channel, they did a advertisement for a gambling website, and they did it once, and it paid a lot of money. And basically, they had it set up to where they would make a fuckload of money. All they would have to do is just do the advertisement every episode of their podcast, and they would be making bank. And literally after they did it once, he came out and he said, look, I'm not okay with gambling, and I'm actually kind of disgusted that I even took the sponsorship and that I even promoted this website. We're not going to promote them ever again, and I don't want to ever promote gambling ever again. That happened like 5 years ago. This dude, before they were even extremely popular, like this was like right around, I think they had like maybe a little bit over 100,000 subs. They walked away from an advertisement deal that would have made them millions of dollars at this point. And that's not the only time he's done that. And he stood by his beliefs to the point to where his channel has been demonetized. He is one of the reasons why Gen Z as a whole noticed the Jewish influence in America.
Isn't that the only time he's done that? I can't think of it.
And he didn't get demonetized because he talks about feminism or he makes fun of women. He got demonetized because he talks about the Juice Boys.
I do remember when he did this, by the way. This was like right when I started getting into politics again. But yeah, it's, you know, it like broken clock, right, twice a day. You know, it's a respectable decision to, cause like he's right. You know, this is normal. This is normal for content creators to do. Gambling is wrong. It's a highly exploited or exploitable industry. And anyway, a lot of people do it anyway. Oh well, as long as people do it ethically, it's fine. It's fine. Just moderation. Just moderate. You know, and like that's just totally missing the point of why it's problematic. Okay, but anyway,
it's about Israel. He platforms people like Nick Fuentes. And in doing that, and then also walking away from hundreds of thousands of dollars just from advertisements and deals just because he doesn't agree and support with what those things do. Do you know how many people don't do that? You know how many people promote some shitty VPN that's from some shady website that they have no knowledge of? Do you know how many people promote like products and services on YouTube? It's like the most fucked up companies that are paying them to do these things, and they still take the paycheck. But Myron hasn't. He's earned my respect. He is a man of integrity, and I think he has a very good insight into a lot of things. He has videos where he breaks down FBI investigations because if you don't know this, he was in the FBI. So he can watch court cases or videos where people are giving testimonies in Congress, and he'll have a different insight than most people because he understands how a lot of these things work. He understands how the paperwork is written. He understands the lingo. He gets how they do things, especially in the FBI because he was there. And so he can break down these things and make it super simple, super easy to understand. And that's just great content, dude. That's great value for watching him. And I respect him. I fully support him. I love his channel. I don't agree with everything he says, but I don't hate him. I don't hate him because he's a Muslim, and I don't hate him because he's black or Middle Eastern. I don't. I'm not a racist to where I fucking just monkey out on anybody who isn't white. I don't know if I've made that clearly known, and I'll have to make a video addressing, you know, race relations and stuff eventually. And it might be the next video I make, actually. Who knows? But I like Myron. I respect him, and I can't recommend his channel enough. And if I had to pick any video, I would just say any of his streams. You know, any of his streams. He's done so much to further the America First agenda, and I hate that some people are just pretending like he hasn't played a big role in that, because even with Kamala Harris, she wrote a book this year, and the two main influences she gives the reasons for her losing the election, she says it was Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines, in her own words, in her own book.
Yeah, wrong. The reason she lost the race is because of Israel and because of immigration. Okay, she was, if anybody doesn't remember, her stance on immigration was, I'm gonna do deportations, but I'm gonna do it all woke-like. Okay, I'm gonna do it woke style. We're gonna do woke portations. Okay, and it didn't fucking work. Nobody bought it, and it was stupid. It was stupid. That's why she lost. Okay, unironically, that's like the major reason. So yeah, she may have wrote that in her book, but it's fucking stupid. It's stupid. Most people don't know who Myron Gaines is. Nobody gives a fuck about him. Not really. Normies don't know who the fuck he is. Why the fuck would that sway an election? That's crazy. Anyway, Kamala is a fucking moron, okay? She's stupid. And also, I like it how this guy's standards he said earlier, I'm not a racist guy, okay? And he said that because he had just got done saying that he doesn't hate Myron Gaines because he's brown, okay? He doesn't hate him because he's brown, okay? And yeah, man, I think if that's your standard for racism, you know, not going ape mode or whatever the fuck you said at the sight of a brown person, I think maybe your standards might be a little low, okay? I think that might be a pretty easy bar to clear. So I don't know if you should be so concrete, so certain that you're not a racist. I mean, like basically you're saying like, oh, I don't want to kill all black people, so I'm not when I said the N-word, I wasn't wearing my Klan's robe at the time. I would never do that. I'm not a racist. No, my Klansman robe, my robes were in the closet, man.
Look, she says one of the main reasons she lost last year is because of the influence of those two men. So he has played a big role in helping a lot of younger men wake up to a lot of the bullshit, red pilling them, whether it be feminism, dating, or Jewish control. So I love Myron Gaines. And I fully support him. I highly recommend you check his channel out and follow him on Twitter. Now moving on from him, we have Homaf. Homaf makes great content.
Yeah, you know why Kamala lost? It's because young men got red-pilled by Myron Gaines last year.
He is America First. He does talk about politics. He's not really solely focused on politics. A lot of his stuff goes into like dating, just relationships in general. And what he does is he makes these charts where he basically breaks down in a very structured, very well thought out way relationships between men and women, especially regarding Gen Z, relationships between men and women with like the government, the states, welfare, all these different things.
That doesn't sound political
and he
at all.
content. It's in a way where anybody can watch it and kind of get what he's saying. And
That
he just has
sounds
great
totally
videos. I recommend his
apolitical.
levels video, like the beginner version. I think that's one of his more popular ones.
Yeah.
And then his zones map, which is it's like this zones chart he made where he explains the dynamics between men and women, because that is a very important topic and not a lot of people really discuss that on YouTube in a way that's actually like fruitful. I feel like Homaf is one of the people who talk about it in a way that is informational and actually adds to the conversation other than it just being complete brain.
Just be normal. Just be normal. Like dude, that's what I say in my head anytime I see one of these like dating advice channels. Like it doesn't matter how ugly you are. It doesn't fucking matter. You just have to be normal. Okay, and you will find a partner if you want one. Okay? Shit, maybe even if you don't want one, you'll get one anyway, okay? That's just how it is. Just like be polite, be a normal person. That's it. Okay, just be nice. And have self-respect, of course. That's important because if you're as many conservatives will remind you all the time, if you make yourself a doormat, people will walk on you. Okay, so you have to be careful about that too. But just be normal, be nice, and you will be highly fortunate. Okay,
right. So
that's it.
I like Homaf. I recommend his channel and his videos. Now next up is Zoomer Historian. Now a lot of you guys already know this guy, but I love Zoomer Historian. He's not America First, but that's just because he's not American. He is still a very base channel, and if you were to apply the beliefs he has in his own way, even though he's not American, it would be like his country's version of America First. He makes very good historical videos, breakdowns. A lot of it revolves around World War II and a certain Austrian painter, if I should say, but his videos are very informational, and he's one of the reasons why I talked about remigration in my channel, because that's something he's really pushing for in his groups over in England. So I learned a lot of that stuff from him. Now the two videos I recommend the most, if you want to get like an idea of what his channel's like, is definitely the National Socialist Book Burnings video. Just go watch it. Great video. And then the next one, which is kind of a long one, but it's a very good video, which is the complete history of the outbreak of World War II. I can't even stress this enough. This is one of the best videos I've seen. It's basically a documentary. Is it over 2 hours? Yes. But you don't have to watch it all at once. You can watch it in segments, and I highly recommend you check it out. You will learn a lot from this one video. Zoomer Historian is a base channel. Highly recommend you check him out and support him. Next up is a channel that doesn't talk about politics at all, really. In fact, the majority of his content isn't anything close to politics. It's actually about power tools and how to work outside, and that is Ja3Starr. So Ja3Starr is an older gentleman. I believe he's Gen X. I don't think he's Boomer. I think he's Gen X. And I found his channel because last year he posted a video called "This Is Why Men Check Out," and it's in regards to dating and the expectations of men in dating. And it was a very good video, and it comes from the perspective of somebody who's not from this generation, not Gen Z, and him giving a very fair take. And a lot of people don't do that. They don't do that in the ways that matter. And I feel like he really did with this video. And I don't watch every single video he makes, I'm not gonna lie. But the ones I do watch, I find myself to really learn a lot and agree with him. And I like him. I like his personality. He also had a video where he talked about how he grew up in a cult. His parents were a part of this religious cult that he was a part of. Not like, oh, my parents made me go to Sunday school, but like an actual cult. And he talked about what that was like and how it was like growing up. And it was a very interesting video. And I like his channel. I recommend you check him out, especially This Is Why Men Check Out video. It's a very great thought piece for sure. Now, next up is a channel that I've discovered recently, and it's not America First, but it's not America First for the same reasons. They're just not American, but they're super fucking based, and that is Basic Logic. Basic Logic makes videos, they're very short, but they're just to the point, and they explain things so well. This guy makes videos in a way to where you could send this stuff to literally anybody, and they have no excuse not to watch it. It's like this video is 2-3 minutes long, it gets to the point, it explains these things so well, and it simplifies them to where anybody can understand it. It's like there's no excuse you have to not watch this. But like that's the type of stuff he makes, and it's so good. I love channels like that because they don't waste time like me. I waste a lot of time, but he just has really good videos, really well thought out, really well animated too. It's that stick figure animation. I like it. I like the aesthetics. But if I had to choose 2 videos for you to watch, definitely The Less Religion Explained in 3 minutes and The Evolution of the Rights. Those are 2 very good videos, and they're like 3 minutes, dude. Like watch his entire channel. Just watch all of his videos, bro. It'll take you like 2 hours at the most. Okay, it's like just do it. Great channel. Follow him on Twitter. Support him on his channel. Subscribe to him. He's a really great guy. Moving on from his channel, we actually have somebody that I guarantee you none of you were gonna guess I was gonna put on here, and that is John Stossel. So I've been watching John Stossel for a very long time. He makes videos that are essentially like old style news reports. If you were to turn on the news right now, local news, and go to like, oh, this is a section we have from this reporter, and it's talking about whatever, that's how he makes his content. He is essentially a news reporter.
Dude,
and he's not American.
It's so lukewarm, man. This guy is just like, he's just this is just milk toast. Like, it's just boring.
First, but I do think he's based. And the reason being is because regarding to Zoran winning the New York City election and becoming the new mayor, he's done videos talking about how a lot of his policies, what it would do to the city. Now, yes, is he a more traditional style news reporter? Yes, but he's very fair. When he usually critiques somebody, he tries to have people from both sides come on and argue their points. He makes a lot of good arguments for a lot of different things, and I just really enjoy his channel. I think he's good. Also, when he makes a mistake or he gets something wrong, or if he changes his mind, he tells people. There was an instance where he did a report like back in the early 90s or late 80s, and he fought with somebody, and he came out like last year and he said, yeah, I should not have fought with them. They were right. And he admitted when he was wrong. You know how rare that is for a reporter to do this? And because he operates this way, he's basically been excommunicated from basically everywhere. Fox News won't have him, CNN won't have him. He's completely independent. So John Stossel is based, bro. He's one of the good ones as far as I'm concerned. Is he America First completely? No, but I like his videos, and I think he's fair enough. He's definitely cut from a different cloth than the other news reporters, for sure. And he suffered for that. So I respect him. Now, next up is a channel that I also guaranteed you guys weren't going to, expect is going to be on this list. And I'm going to have to explain why. And that is Elijah Long. Elijah Long is a channel I've watched for a very long time, like about 5 or 6 years. And this guy doesn't make political content. He's not America First. He doesn't really talk about politics in the sense like we do. But he's a very base channel. And the reason why I highly recommend you watch his channel, in fact, if I was to recommend you only watch one of the channels on this list, just one of them, I'm not going to lie, I would have to say Elijah Long. I would have to say his channel, even though he doesn't talk about politics, even though some of you are probably not going to like some of the stuff he says or agree with everything he, advocates for or whatever. That's fine. But the reason why I like Elijah is because he's a dude who just talks to you. He doesn't edit his videos. He just starts the camera and just speaks to you like you're his friend. And he talks about a lot of different things. He talks about women, dating, talks about life in the sense of how to not overthink, how to not be emotionally weak. And this is a guy who, from a very young age, if you watch his videos, if you listen to his stories, he's one of those dudes who was just kind of forced to grow up a lot earlier than most men. We all know somebody who's in their 30s or even older, who's still kind of a kid. I myself, in a lot of ways, still do things that are childish. I'm going to just be honest. And I mean, most people do. But a lot of us are not really put in situations that kind of force us to grow up and to grow up fast. Elijah is one of those people who was. He was put in a situation where he had to start working at a very young age to provide for his younger sisters, and he lost both of his parents. He had to force himself to grow up and to take responsibility and to essentially be a man. And a lot of people would say he has every reason to become a bitter asshole that just hates everyone, and he just doesn't. He's a very loving person. It's like, yeah, does he make fun of people? But he's a very reasonable, loving guy who doesn't hate anyone. He doesn't have really any enemies. Since I've been watching his channel a lot, he started a group. Essentially, it's a Discord group where, you subscribe through his Patreon and you get access to it. And last year, he did this thing where he had free trial. It's essentially like anybody can join. You don't have to pay. Join it, see how you like it, and just go from there. And I thought, what the fuck? I've been watching him for 4 years. I'll join his group, see what's going on. And I joined it for free. I get in there, and I was thinking maybe I'll get to talk to him. Maybe I'll get to have like a 5-minute, 10-minute conversation. And I didn't just talk to him for 5 or 10 minutes. I talked to him like every day during that free period. And not for like 5 or 10 minutes. We had like hour-long conversations. Sometimes there was a bunch of people in the voice chat talking at the same time, and sometimes it was just like 3 people. And we would have conversations on everything, including politics. And I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he is actually pretty based when it comes to politics. And he is a Christian. And you know what he never did during that like free trial period or whatever? He never was like, hey, you should spend the money. You should spend the money so you can stay in the group. He never pushed anyone to like spend money to stay. He just would talk to anybody like they were his neighbor and have a conversation about anything. There was one time where he was talking and he was like, hey, oh man, I gotta go to the grocery store. And everybody just kind of thought, all right, he's gonna hang up and he'll be back on later. No, he stayed on the phone, driving to the grocery store, at the grocery store, having conversations with everybody. And he'll talk to anyone. And I learned a lot about this guy. I learned that he's not full of shit. He actually means what he says. He doesn't just talk the talk. He actually walks the walk. He practices what he preaches. And what he preaches is very valuable information. You might have seen some of the stuff he's talked about pop up on the internet recently. He's the one who started the term retard maxing, which is the idea that you shouldn't overthink things. You shouldn't be in your head so much. You shouldn't doubt yourself. You should simplify things. This is the type of stuff that's gone viral for him all over the internet. And just to make a long story short, because I know I've been talking about him for a minute, is that his videos are very well thought out. He speaks to you like you're his neighbor, like you're his friend. He doesn't talk down to you. He doesn't treat you like you're an idiot. He tells you what he thinks you need to hear, whether you like it or you don't. And if I had to recommend just any videos for you to watch from him, I would definitely have to say The Art of Being Chill, which is one of the first videos I saw from him a long time ago. The next video is Be Retarded with Women, Friends, and Jobs. And before you judge what I'm saying, before you judge what the title is, go watch the video. Hear him out, listen. And then the next video, I'm going to do 3 for him, is Emotional Men Are Weak. Great video. One of his older ones, too. And just listen to the way he talks. And you might not like the things he says about women. You might not like the things he says about, they're all into like smoking cigars now. That's like a thing they do or whatever. You might not agree with everything, but go listen to him and make up your own mind. I highly recommend you check his channel out. Also, his blow your balls up on a budget videos, it's like his cooking videos, that's what he calls them. They're just good. Like if you do those cooking recipes, do they look like dog food? Yes, they do. But if you're trying to get in shape and if you're trying to like just up your testosterone and just eat healthier and get more protein in, his recipes are funny. But they actually work. There was a period where I was trying them a lot. And yeah, they're not like the greatest thing ever, but they do fucking work. Trust me. And he's fucking funny. He's funny as fuck. You'll go watch his content. You'll realize this guy has a sense of humor and he doesn't take himself serious all the time. And I fucking love that. I hate people who act so serious and when they're trying to be funny or make jokes, all they can do is just like attack people. They don't actually have real senses of humor. It's like that Karen, liberal, feminist bitch energy. And you get that a lot these days, especially from men. And it's just so annoying, gay, retarded. It's like, fuck all that, bro. So I like Elijah Long. I highly recommend you watch his content. Next up on the list is definitely going to be Cyhacks. So Cyhacks makes videos on psychology, and a lot of his stuff specifically revolves around like dating and sexual dynamics. And I really can't stress this enough. That is a very important topic. It's also very important to educate yourself on those things, especially in this day and age. And I just recommend his channel. He's a very smart person. And the 2 videos I recommend from him are definitely the rise of beta males, and then his don't chase videos, which kind of talk about like attraction and how it works. Because a lot of men, especially Gen Z men, they struggle with dating. And I mean, to be honest, a lot of men in general struggle with dating and relationships. And it would be better for us to educate ourselves on those dynamics, how those things work. His channel is just a really good way to do that. So I highly recommend you check out Cyhacks. The next channel I'm going to recommend is Charles Carroll, who is an America First channel. He is very based. And I mean, like, what is there to say? He's a part of like the Sam Hyde's crew, and he makes a lot of content with Sam Hyde. I love Sam Hyde. But Charles Carroll is just a very insightful individual. He's a very well thought out, very reasonable person. And his videos, they make you think. He makes very good arguments, and they make you think. They get you to critically think about different issues and topics. And if I had to recommend 2 from his channel, I would definitely recommend The Abused Generation, and then the one on identifying toxic thoughts before they destroy you. You're definitely going to learn a lot from watching his stuff. He's funny as fuck too. Like, I think he's a very funny guy, and I have a lot of respect for him. A lot of people have even said, hey, like, Tom, your videos are kind of like his, like the way you do things. And it's like, I mean, I'm nowhere near on his level, obviously, but I definitely am inspired by him. So I highly recommend you check him out, support him, watch his content. Now, obviously, next up is Sam Hyde. It's like, what do you think I was gonna say? You think I wasn't gonna say Sam Hyde in this video? Go watch Sam Hyde. He's funny. He makes good arguments. He makes some of the best videos. Dude, the Sam Hyde Show, just go watch it. Just look up the Sam Hyde Show and go watch any of the episodes. They're good, especially the episode that was talking about Charlie Kirk. You need to go watch that. And I love him. I've been watching Sam Hyde since he had his Adult Swim show. I actually watched it while it was on Adult Swim. I remember it getting canceled, and I didn't really like see him for a few years, and then he started popping up on YouTube, and I started seeing more and more of his content. So I've been a fan of Sam Hyde for a very long time, and I think he's a very important figure to the Gen Z generation, especially for Gen Z men. And I just can't stress this enough. Like, you need to just go watch his content and support his channel. Now, next up, and this is the one you all knew was coming. You all knew it was coming, and a lot of you are not gonna like that I'm gonna say this, and I know, but it's Nick Fuentes. And do I even have to like explain why you should watch Nick? A lot of you get mad when I talk about Nick.
Yeah.
And a lot of you get mad when I say, oh, I'm a groiper, or that I like his content, or that I agree with him on a lot of stuff. You guys are like, oh, but he's a traitor. He's a traitor. He talks about national birthright citizenship, and he's a civic national. He's a traitor. He's a liar. He's this, he's that. It's like, dude, name one single person, I don't care if it's a man or a woman, from Gen Z, from the Gen Z generation, that has anywhere near the amount of momentum, aura, and relevance as Nick Fuentes. Name one single person that is on the same fucking level as Nick. Go ahead. Make your argument. Go ahead. Let me know in the comments, because you're not talking about anybody from the left. You're not talking about Harry Sissons. You're not talking about Harry Scissor My Vagina Sissons. You're not talking about him. You're not talking about Dean Withers. Who the fuck are you gonna talk about? Nobody. Nobody is on the fucking level of Nick. And whether you like him or you hate him, whether you agree with him or you don't, whether you think he's a traitor or you think he's the greatest person ever, there's no denying Nick is going to be one of the most prominent Gen Z voices of history. You can hate that all you want. You can seethe, you can bitch, you can complain. I don't care. I fucking love Nick Fuentes, dude. I don't agree with him on every single thing, but I agree with him on like 90 to 99% of the shit he says. And I know that might piss you off. You might not like that. That's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what I think. He is influential. He has made a dent in the society. He is making the establishment afraid. And a lot of people say, oh, he's a Fed. He's control opposition. Every time I hear somebody say that, they have literally no fucking argument to prove that that's true. None. You have none. And even when you bring out like different like points, you're like, oh, well, he did this or he said that or he said this. The timeline is so fucked. It's always like shit from like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, it's just because he gets really... Look, man, this is what they say, okay? You know this, or you should know this if you've been into politics for a while. Nicholas Fuentes, he says very racist things, okay? And when you give the game away, when you're too racist, you get labeled a Fed, okay? That's what happens. So... don't be mad about it, okay? It's whatever. Wear it as a badge of honor. If you're racist enough to get labeled a Fed, that's what most of them do. Okay, that's probably what Nick Fuentes does. But anyway, this is gay as fuck.
I think he said like 3 months ago, and you're all like stitching that shit together like it's making
Which I don't
an argument.
judge.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not
like, I didn't
mad
like him that
about
much
it,
until this year. I didn't like him
but
last
I'm
year
just
because he
saying.
said not to vote for Donald Trump, and I voted for Donald Trump. And every reason he gave for me to not vote for Donald Trump, he was right on. When it comes to his predictions, his geopolitical politics, a lot of different things, he's very knowledgeable. He's a very well thought out, articulate speaker. He can debate pretty much anybody. Dude, he's been on podcasts where he literally gets ambushed by like 6-7 people where they're constantly attacking him, and he fucking comes out winning. He is insanely good at what he does. And whether you like it or not, he is going to be one of the most important influencers.
That never happened. Okay, he's talking, I think he's referencing a debate that Nick had with a bunch of random college students, his peers while he was going to school. And, yeah, he was just, like, bantering with a few different people at the same time. And, like, don't get me wrong, he's talented, okay? Like, he's charming. He can juggle multiple conversations with different people at the same time. Okay, that video was a good demonstration of it. But this isn't something that he's routinely done. Okay, I don't know. I'd like to see it.
Individuals of this generation. And no matter what you think or what you say, it literally does not matter. His run is going to be fucking biblical. So if you want to complain, if you don't want to be on board, fine. Sit back and watch. Because either way, it's happening, and there's literally nothing you can do to stop it. There's nothing you can say. And if you want to bitch and talk about, oh, he's a Fed, he's this, he's that, he said this, he switched up, dude, nobody's on his level. And the only reason we're going to win is because of someone like him. You might not like that, you might not want to hear that, you might not agree, fine, I don't care. History will not care what you and I have to say about that. He's going to be remembered as one of the GOATs. And I fucking love Nick Fuentes, dude. So I highly recommend you check it out. And if you don't believe me, if I could just recommend one thing you watch from him, if you don't like him or if you've never seen him before, besides clips, watch his stream where he is responding to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Watch the whole thing, not the clips, not the fucking just the ending, watch the entire video. If you can't find it on YouTube, you can find it on Rumble. It's time to fucking put your big boy pants on and learn how to look up Rumble on your phone. You don't even need to download the app. You can do it on the internet, dude. You can use your phone for more than just watching porn, okay? It's time to put your big boy pants on and go on Rumble every once in a while. Go on there, watch a stream. And I'm not trying to antagonize you. I know a lot of you guys don't agree with him. That's fine. But I'm telling you, it's like, listen to him like you listen to me. Hear him out. Don't listen to what some fucking idiot says on Twitter or what some clip says. Go listen to him. If you still don't like him, fine. That's cool. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we all still kind of have the same goals. We want America to put its citizens first. And whether you want to admit it or not, your enemies, the people who are against you, they hate you just as much as they hate Nick. No matter how much you try to, divide yourself from him and say, oh, I don't think like him, I don't agree with him, oh, I don't like him, it doesn't matter. Your enemy sees you as the same, and they want you to die the same as they want him to die. Do with that what you will with that information, but highly recommend Nick. Fully behind him, fully support him. But now is the last channel. I know this video is pretty long, and I talk a lot, and there's a lot of channels on here. It's crazy, there's so many others that I could talk about, but there's one last channel. And this is Town Sins, the most base channel on YouTube. This dude is amazing. I love this guy. It's a fun channel. He doesn't talk about politics. Who cares? This guy has a love for this nation's history, and he explores it in ways that nobody else does, on a level nobody else does. I fucking love Townsend, bro. You can watch him at any point in time, dude. He'll teach you how they made fucking bread back in the Revolutionary days, what George Washington was having for breakfast, all this insane cool shit, dude. And you learn a lot from watching his stuff. You learn a lot about how life was back then in the Revolutionary time, and it's just a great comfort channel, man. And I love him. I love Townsend. He is the GOAT, bro. I fucking love his channel. He's based as fuck. Go check him out if you haven't already. It's a fun channel. And with that being said, guys, that's it. That is the list that I have right now. These are the channels I highly recommend you watch.
All right.
I highly recommend you support. And whether you...
Well, that was something. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna pause the stream for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. Fuck! My fucking game was lagging, man. It's so annoying. Stop. It's fine, it's fine. It just does this. It's not annoying. It's not annoying. I'm not annoyed. I'm not. Okay, it crashed. Ah. Holy shit. I don't know how it's not crashing. I've never seen it lag that bad without crashing. That's crazy. What the fuck is happening, man? Like, look at this. Copilot, maybe? I don't know why MSI Center is open. Phone link. Gaming services. Thank you, Microsoft. Okay. Oh my god, I need you to let me. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking freak out. Enderman. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I just... What? Like, as soon as I looked at him, and I looked at him on purpose, because I wanted... Bro, I don't know what's going on. Something's wrong with my computer or something. I don't know. This is fucking pissing me off, though. I don't think I changed anything. Why is it lagging so bad? What? I mean, I turned up the amount of memory it could use. Oh, it crashed. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, what did we learn? It was Friday? Dude, I haven't checked Steam in days. Oh, I have this open still. Could be why. Probably not, though. Yeah, this is probably spyware. I don't trust that shit. But oh well. Not like it matters. That's the thing is, oh, holy shit, it crashed again. Alright, well, let's, you know what? Let's do this together. 9, 17. Okay. Well, wait. Oh, yeah, no. Maybe it is a memory leak. Ferrite core. Wait, oh, I was right. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. Okay, now watch this shit. Watch this. Copy this. Okay. Give it to AI. Okay, yeah. I need to know. Okay. The class does not have this method. No. No, it does have that method. Okay, I see what's going on now. Yeah, in physics mod, yeah. Database compat.emo. Wait, but I already... That's weird. I already changed that. Two versions of EMF in your mouse. Okay, this is strange because this shouldn't be happening. Okay, and I can show you why, but it's gonna take a second. So let's get started. How do you do it again? Wait. Yeah. So, go to mods. Okay, I have a better idea. did not think this all the way through. Okay, so yeah, it is only taking one argument. I don't understand. What's the problem? Am I crazy? Oh, that was 3 days ago. Shit. Yeah, but... Fuck. I was looking at the wrong log, chat. I'm so stupid. Jeez. the hell tough wall is, but I'll give it a try. We are at 98% memory usage. Oh, it crashed. Yeah. Okay. But I don't have that mod. That's weird. I don't think I do anyway. Yeah, no. I don't. Okay, okay. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. So, how can I... Okay, so for some reason, this wall in, I'm guessing that, any data pack that generates structures with tough wall will, crash the game. This must be a pervasive bug. But anyway... I have a solution for it now. What? Okay, I need it in English. The position is out of this world. It crashed. I was about to leave. Fine, I'll do it from the fucking server. Shit. Can't fucking remember, dude. Oh. My bad. Wait, what? Oh, it terminated. No, it didn't. That's weird. shit. This don't make no sense. Oh, there it is. Oh. I see. Yeah, so it really is just, huh. No. Can't remember the command for it. wait, that's it. Yeah, now I remember. Easy.
Let's watch this video on the scar. Do you guys think that the price of the scar will go up or will it go down? Up? Should I buy it then?
Gun meme review. What is up, you sexy YouTube mother
Fuck,
love?
it's like $3,000 though, bro.
Whereas today on this episode of Gun Meme Review, we have breaking news. I'm kidding. All right, we're gonna retire that bit. We're not gonna keep doing it. Breaking news! At the Fox decision desk tonight, we're hearing that FN has decided to discontinue the Scar. Glock got cucked. California
Am I gonna sell
is...
it? No, but it's an asset. Guns actually, the crazy thing about guns, chat, I don't know if you guys know this, but guns actually, like, they typically, if you get like a good brand of gun, they typically don't go down in value. Guns are pretty stable.
But oh. I'll need spigot. Correct. Well, tough shit, I guess. Oh, wow. Oh. in program files Java. Silly me, how could I be using the latest version of Java? I am so stupid, oh my god. Wait, shit. Okay, Java W dot. Let's use them. Bin. Alright. Oh. Oh. Java 21, you say? That's right, we're downgrading Java. That's what we're doing. Well, actually, now we're upgrading it, but generally we're downgrading. Wait, 25. Oops. Stupid me. How could I be so dumb? Right, boom. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna fix it, Jap. I'd give it a 30% chance. Yeah. Oh. Where's my stuff? Where? Oh. Need my shovel. There it is. Whew. I feel like it is running better. Now that I downgraded Java. I think it's still probably gonna crash though. I lost all my levels. It's fine, I didn't have much to begin with. Change it back to Deutsch. I have no bed, but I must sleep. The nether.
Yep.
incredible. Okay, I'm all turned around now. Over here, I think. Shit. This doesn't feel right. This isn't. I'm going the wrong way. I'm at a village now. It's just a well. Okay, hello doggy. I don't know where I am. I'm all turned around. Okay, that way. It's going the wrong way. Oh no. Should place down lanterns. It's whatever, it's fine. Another Enderman. I didn't get any. Okay. Oh God. Okay, I'm going the wrong way or something. Shit. I know what I gotta do. Oh, that is the way. No. Skip, a hop, a jump, and then we're there. Oh. Where did he go? Well. There he is. Another one. Oh. Oh, they're alive. One of them's alive. That's an improvement. Alright, anyway. What? One egg? What? Well. Taking that. Alright. Got a boat. Wait, what? Get in. Yeah, okay. There's no way. do. Now I know for sure.
Chocolatedness and it said manager gave me 4 days off of approval. Fuck yeah. Just gotta work 2 more days.
Nice. 4 days off in a row. Look at this guy. This guy is the answer to all my problems. You're my favorite villager. You're gonna live a nice life. Yeah. He's gonna live here forever. Oh shit. Stay right here, man.
Chocolatedness and it said 20 more days and in gonna cut back on sugar and won't say it in your stream anymore.
Two things that will definitely happen. I have a feeling that only one of those things is actually gonna happen.
Chocolatedness and it said also, nigga, that is me. Hit a decade ago lol.
That is me. It's a decade ago. Oh, that that is you.
Chocolatedness and it said the photo.
It was when you were a whippersnapper, huh? Wow. I'm not gonna show it on stream, don't worry. Well, that's nice, Donut.
Chocolatedness and it said wow. Chocolatedness and it said I don't care lol. Chocolatedness and it said you can.
Nah. Trust me, you never know who's watching. One of my haters joined the Discord, and then he left.
Said I was kind of a low back then after losing weight.
I think I probably have some secret hate watchers. Okay, I hate to break it
said
to
I
you.
don't care, bro lol. The account is private.
Donut, I need you to start monitoring my view counts, bro. I never look at it. Let me know if you see anything. 'Cause I'm telling you. These guys are watching.
Chocolate and said, but I can't. You stream at times I work.
My bad. Well, you're either at work or you're asleep. You need to join the unemployed boys. The unemployed. Yo, you need to get in on this, bro. I'm telling you. Wow. Oh wow.
Chocolate and said, I wish. But your kind already think we're lazy and on welfare.
Yeah, damn. Sorry, man. Forgot about that.
Chocolate and said, I speak the truth.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hell yeah, you do, man. Unfortunately. Anyway, basically, this guy, he was out here, which means he's sleeping in one of these beds, probably this one. And when he wakes up, he's spawning out here, which is a problem. Not exactly sure how I'm gonna fix it. First, I need to figure out which bed you've been sleeping on. And then I'm gonna turn it around. Hopefully that fixes it. The sun's going down. Dude, look. Get out of here. Yeah. You're not needed right now. So it is this one. Yeah, that does make sense. Bro. Okay.
So collated that said Jake Paul comes out as gay.
Right. I don't know how this happened.
So collated that said wow.
Jake Paul is gay. Yeah, man.
So collated that said I gotta serve lunch in 15 minutes. Keep up the good shit.
I'm trying, man. But that guy spawned out here, which means it really is well, you know what? I think I know something I can do.
So collated that said tomorrow might be my last day before I head to Oklahoma.
Safe travels. Godspeed. Okay. Maybe that'll stop it from happening.
So collated that said you thought TX was racist. Fama's way worse.
Nah, I believe that. Everywhere in America is. Oh, I still gotta put the roof on this place. This is kind of a shitty choice, though. Actually, I might tear this down, redo it. I don't know. Come back to it. I think it's the tough bricks. They don't really fit the vibe. I want to use tough bricks somewhere, though. They look cool. Oh well. It's almost time. I only need a couple more pros. Alpha Island. Well. Okay, maybe the server does need an upgrade. Middle of winter. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. Das Lied der 7 Wochentage ist eine Frage. You know, sometimes life is really hard. Sometimes it beats you down. Sometimes your game keeps crashing, and you don't know why. And sometimes it crashes and you do know why, but to do something about it would take work. Okay, that's where I'm at right now. Alright, I have a fuck ton of Tonkluppen. Rågård. Rise. actually. Need to fight. Might as well go find a stronghold. I mean, why not? Who knows, I might have enough to complete the portal. I guess I could wait one more minute. One more ender pearl. Maybe. Oh, Lagerfeuer. Or I could just use the, yeah, could do that. Okay. Lagerfeuer. Ah. Right. So... I'm gonna need more obsidian. Made it. was all one. Fucking breed them, god damn it.
But a lot of the times,
Hi and welcome back to my channel where we make simple yet powerful farms. Today we're revisiting the classic Enderman farm and taking it to the next level while making it simpler to build. Our farm stands out with impressive features. Think about a maximum EXP rate, no Endermite, a one-hit kill on all Endermen, and minimal waterlogging. And despite packing all these powerful features, building this farm is incredibly easy, rivaling even the simplest designs out there. I'll cover exactly how to build it, guide you on customizing and building around the farm, and provide in-depth breakdowns of each component. This is one farm you definitely don't want to skip. After reviewing many Enderman farms, my main sources of design inspiration came from Redstonia's use of boats to kill Endermen and Dashpum's line of sight approach. Alongside these two farms, I will compare with a one-hit farm by iJevin as a baseline for one-hit Enderman farms. These three maximum EXP farms will serve as benchmarks for us to compare this design to. And against these benchmarks, I made sure that our design would match or surpass these key aspects: build simplicity, EXP rates, complexity, and cost. And when comparing against these three farms, I quickly realized that all of them, including ours, has the same EXP rate. This is because Minecraft only lets you absorb so many EXP orbs per second, and the process of filtering the EXP orb by size is not yet practical or possible in the end dimension. And during this EXP analysis, I noticed that iJevin's farm seemed to give more EXP, visually speaking. This effect is due to the higher path EXP orbs take in his farm, which is more likely to cross your field of view on its way to your feet, where EXP is absorbed. So while iJevin's farm gives a visually impressive shower of EXP, it does not increase the absorption rate, making it the same EXP as other farms. When analyzing complexity, iJevin's farm is conceptually simple but suffers from its incredible size and height needed for fall damage, which gives it high build effort. Redstonia's farm has relatively simple redstone, but needs piston-based boat alignment and suffers from other issues that contribute to high build effort as well. And Dashpum's approach is incredibly simple, even reducing build effort by eliminating the need for an Endermite. However, this reduction comes at a cost in the form of requiring a player to waterlog over 70 leaves. Unfortunately, the 1.20.2 update altered the riding height of mobs and boats and their reach, which broke many boat-related farms, including Redstonia's. In addition, the new riding height altered the collision mechanics, causing pearls to scatter unpredictably. This change caused random flying pearls to further break the farm, this time in the attack detector. After modifying this once simple farm to keep it working in the latest patch, Redstonia themselves admitted that its main advantage of one-hit kills without needing a good sword is now outweighed by all the modifications and additional effort needed to handle the pearls in the new patch. This effort comes from the challenge of setting up a stack of boats, which requires complex alignment and is highly vulnerable to costly mistakes. According to the farm's designer, Redstonia, the boats, now combined with issues with pearls in the attack detector, makes this design fairly impractical. They weighed this against the effort of getting a good sword, as required by traditional farms like Gnembon's Endermini, and concluded that this setup, with all the new headache from the new patch, does not justify the effort. Learning from Redstonia's design challenges, I've refined their core concepts to address the issues that led to its decline. By refining the boat cage and enhancing the attack detector, we have a simple, effective, and modern version of the farm. Interestingly, our enhanced boat cage features Ender Pearl Collection, which means that if we adapt the cage from their farm design, we can prevent pearls from jamming the attack detector with a few tweaks. This makes it a viable alternative if your server disables armor stands. Because of these new headaches, Dashpum's farm stands out as the lowest effort and most cost-effective among these three farms. Our farm will match or surpass Dashpum's in terms of build effort and cost, depending on how you value waterlogged leaves. However, I'm confident that the additional benefits from our simple redstone, such as one-hit kills, pearl collection, and automatic pearl destruction, make it the preferred farm to build. As a side note, this tutorial will also cover an optional add-on that will enable you to load shulker boxes with pearls, and still destroy any excess pearls when you run out of shulker boxes. I went back and designed the shulker box loader in response to Mojang fixing a lead-related bug that formerly prevented cat-based wireless redstone from working consistently. I expect to soon see an increase in Ender Pearl usage across worlds, making vanilla contraptions similar to a /home or waypoints more commonplace. Now, with an understanding of what other top-of-the-line Enderman farms bring, let's look at this farm's components and their functions. This deeper look will not only make troubleshooting easier, should you need to, but also show why this farm, despite its simplicity, excels in this category of farming. The spawning platform, for starters, is designed to allow a user to operate the farm without an endermite. This is done by concentrating the spawns within these 2 blocks for easy eye contact. We can also greatly reduce the amount of area needed with 2 rows instead of using 1 row. The path is intentionally offset. This avoids the mechanic that allows the player to stop Endermen from moving within 16 blocks by making eye contact. The path then hugs this wall with ladders, allowing for Endermen to queue up for the boat without colliding into each other. Our attack detector is greatly simplified over Redstonia's, consisting only of an armor stand, composter, and pressure plate. It takes advantage of the mechanic that causes armor stands to jump up when they're hit by a sweeping attack. This allows us to damage the Endermen before they die to entity cramming in the boats, which is required for them to drop EXP. Some servers, however, intentionally disable armor stands from being able to jump. If this is the case, you will need to ask your admin to re-enable a setting called armor stand tick. Typically, boats do not like to be in the same spot. The slightest bump giving them any velocity causes them to scatter in all directions. This necessitates a special cage to keep the boats in place. To address this challenge, I developed a simple boat cage that also leverages the unique hitboxes of composters, and as well as an iron bar to securely hold the boats in place as Endermen are pushed into them. Traditionally, boat cages require careful alignment of boats with piston setups. However, this cage is special in that boats can be dispensed to their final resting place without the need for further adjustment, which greatly reduces the potential for error. Additionally, this boat cage is designed with enough space below to accommodate a hopper and hopper minecart for collection. We can also integrate a self-clocking dispenser or dropper to put pearls into the collection or dispose of them into the void. Beyond the farm's components, I've also recommended to bridge to the farm site at y equals 33 instead of y equals 1. This is outside of the teleportation range of Endermen, and will save you from waterlogging about 32 leaves. This not only simplifies the construction of the farm, but also provides more flexibility in decorating it, which leads us to our next topic. Enderman Farm.
So here's the thing. I'm probably not going to build this. I don't think I will.
Farms are often left undecorated because control.
And the reason why is this just isn't. I think he's wrong about XP. I think he's wrong about the XP thing. So need a different farm.
Easy overpowered Enderman farm, level 3.
This is by far the best XP farm you've ever seen in Minecraft. Unlike older designs, it uses a water tube that sends mobs up and traps them in the middle. That gives you a wider attack range and stops mobs from moving around, which causes lower attack damage. It's simple to build and takes about 30 minutes. Depending on your setup, this farm can get you 39 to 56 levels, which is enough for most of the things you need XP for. And also, yes, it's expandable if you really want to overkill. Here are the materials you need for this farm.
Nah, I just want to build a classic Enderman XP farm.
Easy overpowered Enderman farm, level 3. Sound good?
Damn. That's a lot of material. That's 9. Let's see. 20 and a half stacks. Blocks. That's a lot. Okay. Let's see if it can figure it out. This is an AI run of Minecraft. What? Yo, it broke out the crazy formula. Alright, yeah. Direction vector. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, alright. It's actually not that far from us. Oh. Most likely. Where's my name tag? No, I had one. I had one. I had another one. What happened to it? What? I'm missing it, right? Alright, it's here. I'm just not seeing it. Yep. Shooty McShoot. Okay, whatever, it works. Throw it in there. Okay. I know where to go. So, I have to go to about 90. $152 and 0.5. Okay. So we gotta go to like 85, 152. Okay. Oh wow. We're right on top of it. Oh yeah. No. Okay, over here. Hope I left my other pickaxes at home. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Just fucking get this shit over with. Sorry. Oh my god, how fucking high up was I? This is so goddamn annoying. Been digging down forever. Come on, bro, my neck hurts. I thought we were way closer to sea level. This is something else, dude. Close. Rotbett Samen. Nein, nein. Nicht gut. Ah. 13. Wow. What? Oh. Damn. Let's get off the mountain. Defeat, Viziens, die, Wasserläufer, die. Nemesis der Gliederfüße. Interessant. Hallo. Danke. Verzaubertes Buch. Okay. All right. Okay. Alright, well, with that, I am gonna end the stream. But before I do, fix that. Whew. Okay, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world, and I got pretty unlucky with the portal spawn. But I'll get a few more ender pearls, 3 more, and I can do that pretty quick. And we'll have an XP farm. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. Do that. Yeah, wait, actually, I shouldn't have done that. Nope, nope. Son of a bitch. Dude. I hate this game. Just all of you. Come here. Come here, fucking idiots. I should slaughter all of you. Thought it would be funny to have iron bars, and then I realized that it would kind of break the farm, and then that one fucking chicken jumped up, so I couldn't close it. Get in there. It's whatever. Get son of a bitch. with you. I'm gonna kill all of you. Unless I feel merciful. But I don't think I will. You guys. I'm gonna make a lot of chickens. Get in there. Anyway. Alright, that's all for today.